We are live? Okay, there we go. There we go. I am glad that I caught that. Don't stream for 30 minutes without the mic on. That's always humorous. And I have done it too many times. Did I actually remember to change the name of the stream? I don't think I did. I need to fix that. We'll do that real fast here. Here, 1 second. Need to open up YouTube chat over here. I smell cookies. But that might just be me. Hello. Hello. Yeah, you look like somebody that might smell like cookies, which can be good. Can be good to smell, like, especially like chocolate chip cookies have a good smell to them. Right. The name of the stream. You're gonna copy that while I'm here. Did I decrease the counter on this one? 25. And this one is also... Okay, no. I did remember it for the YouTube stream, but not the Twitch stream. It would be nice if I could use the same link for all of the YouTube streams, but eh. Chocolate chippy, let's go! Indeed, let's go. So, where are we at? So last time, I got very sidetracked on a number of things. But we've made it out for the better. One thing is, YouTube chat should still be working. So, actually, I don't know. Does that show up on my overlay? It does! Okay, YouTube chat continues to be fixed. So, now both streams are able to see the chat from the other two streams, so it'll be a little bit more clear who I'm talking to when I don't do the streamer repeat back everything everybody says things all the time, which I make an effort to do, but I'm not the best at it, because it is not a natural way to speak at all. So, aside from the main thing I fixed yesterday of, if any of you were watching the end of the last stream, I ran into a problem where, because I am not using a regular IDE that does things like work out of the box, we were having some problems with NVIM not detecting, well, CLangD to be specific, not detecting the C++ version. So when I was coding stuff, it wasn't detecting things like standard optional. Basically anything that's like C++ 17 and onwards, it couldn't see any of that. But we fixed that. And now, I mean, MSVC spams argument errors, but it still builds, so it works, it works. I put it underneath a compile flag, so I've only messed it up for myself in my particular configuration. But, yeah. So that's another thing. And then the most important thing that we got working was refactored the way that we handle asset server. Not asset server stuff, but the asset manager. And I finished this off stream because I had stuff I had to go do, and then came back to it after the stream ended. So if we go to, yeah, I refactor these fetch asset internal things. So now we use a list of loaders, and we'll just go through loader by loader, And I haven't fully refactored that to its final thing. We still have only one loader per target, whereas you might want like a cache loader, a network loader, and a like then you would have the actual editor loader. But yeah, that the whole asset loading pipeline is a lot cleaner redundancy wise. The way that we handle asynchronous stuff is still pretty messy because we're still using my jank async data type for a lot of things. And I want to refactor all of this to use the pipeline system that we're also going to be building for the scripting program, scripting pipeline as well. So we'll just see how long all of that takes. I mean, yeah. So the next thing that I wanted to do here was just a... I know, like, in the planning Notion document here, if we go here, on my roadmap, I put the make week of editor uncrashable at the very end, but I'm probably going to, well, I mean, not probably, we are going to do a little bit of refactoring here at the beginning. That way, the rest of this can benefit from less crashes. So if we open up the editor here, one thing that I noticed was that when I've been messing around with the editor again, is that the asset cache seems to be pretty... I'm not a fan of the way I'm currently handling assets. That's the main point, is I'm just not a fan of how we handle assets at the moment. I need to just... And it won't even take long, we just need to come up with a standard for how assets should be stored and then stick to that as like a philosophy. And the way that we design that will help out with stuff like caching as well. Another off-stream thing, I messed around with the actual like colors and materials of this model, so we have something a little bit more interesting to look at. But yeah, so this all looks nice, and technically, but I could find the original place that I downloaded this from. I think it was Sketchfab, but this is from a open source Unity project. This particular like Unity robot. So there's this short they made when they were like, hey, you know how everybody's using Unreal for cinematography stuff? You can use our engine too. Please use our engine for... Please, we're as good as Unreal. Please use us too. Don't forget about us. That was this short here. So, oh, there's a second one too. Oh, this was 7 years ago that they actually made this. How long ago did The Mandalorian come out? But you can see, like, that's the same robot head as we have over here. And... what is that on your head? This is the Apple Vision Pro. Which was a purchasing decision that I made. Go to GitHub here. This, yeah. This would be the FBX file here for the entire thing, I think. If I did actually want to go through and rebuild vertex and fragment shaders for PBR stuff, which I have the tools to do it, and we will do here in a minute, but we're gonna hold off on that. Hello, welcome back to you as well. No, I am not a rich kid. I am well, I'm technically not any longer in debt. But net worth is pretty close to evening out at 0 right now. But yeah, so it came to, I was there like 6 months ago. It it was not fun. I feel that. I feel that. Though I think at the top I only got to like uh 7,500 in debt. So I didn't quite get there. Oh, rip. Yeah, I'm not there. Then again, I don't have a car, so perhaps I would prefer to have a car. But hey, we can make a virtual car here in a hot minute. So let's go into the either the notes or no, not the notes. I kind of want to remap the drawing tablet onto the other screen, but here's what we can do. We'll throw MS Paint on this screen, and then we'll just switch our view over to here. There we go. Can I take a loan out for the virtual car? I'm good at paying back. Virtual car should be significantly cheaper than a real car. Unless, of course, it's an NFT, in which case we're going to have to... It's going to be significantly more expensive than a real car for reasons that can be justified, of course. Alright, so what are we working with here? At the moment, you wouldn't download a car. Try me. This engine, one of the things you will be able to do with it is download cars. Well, now you can. Indeed. So we have a number of... Oh, mouse is on the other screen. We have a number of different... Don't do that. I am not clicking. That's why it was freaking out. Let's close the editor for now because we're not really using it. Go over to common. Assets types. So I'm gonna throw this window down here real fast. We'll throw this on the side of that. So this is the current assets we're working with, at least as like, these are the in-engine assets that everything including the editor works with. We have, I'm gonna throw these in the middle, so we have, note, shaders, materials, meshes, textures. I guess I don't call them textures, I call them images. Image assets. And scripts. And the problem that I have right now, listen here, my brain is a fried egg from drugs, and I could totally 3D print a car from torrented parts if I could, and would totally 3D print a car. I too would 3D print a car if my 3D printer could handle it, but I'm lucky if it successfully homes on all axes right now. And did I miss anything else? Component Components are going to be part of script assets for now, so those don't really matter at the moment. So we have everything here at the moment. Now, the other thing, these are all the, we'll call these engine. Are these things. Now we need to figure out how do we represent this in an actual project. I will just design this super fast here. Doesn't Paint have text boxes you can just type in? Looks a bit like Chicken Scratch. They're using the mouse. Oh, I'm not using a mouse. That's my actual handwriting. This is using a drawing tablet for that. So, yes, it is Chicken Scratch. So, editor there. Currently using a screen through my headset right now, so I can't see super well. Assets. And then here are our asset types. And, oh, I guess I forgot assemblies. And chunks. Well, I guess chunks are a separate asset type. We downloaded a car, classic Mr. Beast or Tom Scott. I feel like that would be a Tom Scott video, whereas Mr. Beast is, we bought 1,000 Lambos because we could. Except significantly more engaging. We did a demolition derby with $1 million cars. That would also be a Mark Rober video. Okay, yeah. Old videos. So the way that the editor assets work is they are all a human readable format, JSON. Text format is the most important thing. It's just that they're a text format. And the reason we want them as a text format is so that they're easily diffable by version control. Because I am actually thinking about the developer experience surrounding the engine instead of just like only one person is working on this at a time. So we want the actual editor things to be like interact with the systems outside of the editor, like version control as well. And having a team and stuff. So the way the editor works is there's two types of assets. There's editor native. Well, not necessarily editor. Native asset sounds like something we imported, but we'll go with native. And imported. There we go. Ah, yes, the text box is just that. Yes, I know that. I know how to do text boxes. It is mostly just that I'm using a mouse right now. It is kind of fiddly, but not too fiddly. I just prefer drawing. Let's see. So we have native and imported assets. Right now, the route that we're doing is the imported are sometimes turned into native assets. Edits are done on those native assets, which of course means we can no longer re-import it. And then those native assets are essentially baked and then turned into all of these different types of assets. And what I'm unsure about right now is how I want to handle these, how I want to handle the fact that we can't. Oh, the headset thinks that I am trying to change the volume, which I'm not. Is that these imported assets are immutable, can't change. At least they're immutable from the engine side. Meaning we don't want to change them, but we also want to set settings on them. For example, in the case of the editor, well, I mean, not the editor, but assemblies, and not even assemblies, but just meshes themselves. When we double click this assembly is, oh, that's weird. I'm gonna try reopening. Do I get an error? I don't get an error. Well, in any case, oh, that's interesting. It's like still occluding the other objects. That's weird. That is super weird. I have no clue what's going on there. In any case, he has no. He has actually no. He doesn't have a mouth. He's simply a robot. He has no face. There we go. We got the anime shot there. Did I implement? I do have zoom controls. There you go. My guy. He's just having one of those days, you know? But when we click on this, right now I can edit it. Like I can throw lights around. I can even, if I want to, I can move the different meshes around and stuff. But ideally, we would have some sort of prefab nesting system like Unity has, or assembly nesting system. The face of the ghost in the machine is going to end up hunting your headset. Perhaps. Would hurt the resale value. We're using NeoVim. That's what the, or do you mean this window right here? This window right here is the custom engine that we're working on right now. This is Vim. But that's all those changes aren't really any changes to the, well, I mean, it would be a change to assemblies to make them nestable. So that's probably something we should do before even getting scripting working, is just fix all of the way that our assets work, which is a 4th week thing. That we had that on the robot for the 4th week, but it does make sense to do now. So let's actually throw that on the roadmap. How do you make your NeoVim so good looking? I followed a guide. There's a, I forget which theme I'm using, but it is a theme. If you want to check it out, the GitHub I have linked does have my config there. If you want to check it out, I don't recommend using it. It is buggy, and it's solely for the purpose of looking cool on stream. So, proceed with caution. I wonder, I guess the only Twitch promotion actions you can do is watch. Pump the view count. Exponential viewer. And what was my brain got wiped. Right, I was grabbing the Notion here, and we were going to. By the way, all of this Notion page is hosted publicly on the brane.notion.site, so you can look at these pages yourself if you want to. So on our reality hack plan, figured out the paradigm that we want to use. Figured out LuaJIT. So we can start crossing these off, I think. Should be able to cross it out, right? Strike through. We need to do a scheduling system yet next. But I think the next thing we need to do is make assemblies nestable. That way one nestable, and more importantly, overridable. So when you're working in Unity, there's the concept of, the prefab, but then if you put one prefab in another prefab, that prefab is then able to change the nested prefab, like the positions of the objects in there, and various other things, but it's able to change all of those without affecting the original prefab. It's an override of its template. And I feel like that's the harder thing, and the hardest part of that is how we handle the identifying what properties we are changing on the child prefab. The other thing I want to do is change the way add meta files. So Unity has meta files, and that's how they handle this whole immutable versus set settings. Is there's the hidden file, and then it has its regular extension, but then you just add a .meta onto the end of this, and that's the settings go in there. I cannot write. And the only reason I'm not quite sure where to go with the settings system or meta files is these also define the ID, but also we have a we have project files, and these also, it's essentially just a cache of asset locations. For the moment. So I like the idea of having a project file to save settings and stuff. However, I don't like the idea of it being a cache of data that's stored elsewhere in the project. The benefit is we can boot up projects really fast. Does this room feel darker all of a sudden? So you want to print something in NeoVim, can you do it on a terminal? I'm not quite sure what you're asking when you say print. Like a printer? What was I saying? Right. So the benefit of this is very fast project start times because we don't have to iterate over every single file in the project to know where anything is. We just have this cache of all of the locations of all. Actually, do we even cache locations stuff? One second. If I go to the actual project directory, so this is our cache of like the binary files for all of the assets after they're baked. As long as the change cache, which is just like the hashes of files and stuff. If you look at this, do I even store project? No, I don't. So the only thing that this project file is doing is storing info about our project and settings for it, like the location of an asset server. But all of the asset stuff, that's completely useless. And the asset ID counter should theoretically be like a UUID system as well. So, or we should have assets be named in, I guess that's also a question of hosting, is how do we want asset IDs to work? Do we want them to be auto-generated, or do we want to do we need the names of assets to be human readable? Oh, ooh, there we go. No, in Visual Studio 2022, when you standard see out something and compile the result, it will appear on a terminal automatically. Is it the same in NVim? Yes and no. It depends on the extensions you're using. So if I toggle open my debug UI, so this is NVim DAP or debug adapter protocol, this little window here has what you're talking about here. And I think since it was small, it's a little bit squished, but this is that output window you're talking about. And I even have like a full step through debugger here as well. We can set breakpoints and everything. Going back to, was it paint? No, it wasn't paint. I was talking about here. Right. Do we need asset file names to be human readable? Then your room feels darker. Start putting down some salt. That's okay. I have my dog in here to protect me. She's completely passed out right now, though. But she is a very fierce protector. Did you spend 3K on that? Why? Because I thought I would be able to use it for client projects pretty soon after buying it, and then I was not able to use it for client projects. So it could have had return on investment. It might still have return on investment if I ever go back to my desktop streamer project and release that and people actually buy it, because what I make will most certainly be better than what Apple has released, because it will work with Windows and Linux if I ever finish it, which I don't currently have any actual plans on the timeline. So, but for the moment, the ghost has put the dog under slumber. Yeah. Right. So at the moment, the way that asset IDs work is it's domain and then a number or your unique number. And that's how we identify assets right now. And we also want to think about if in the future I allow downloads from CDN over HTTPS, does this also contain the protocol? Does this turn into a URL instead of just a domain name? Which it might make sense to turn this into a URL, or just the entire asset ID into a URL. Haunted MR headset, only a matter of time before it's made into an actual creepypasta. Not sure how difficult it would feel than a haunted phone, though. So, haunted headset is just amazing. The Amazing Digital Circus is a haunted VR headset creepypasta. As far as I can tell right now. Like, they're trapped in VR. The haunted headsets trap you in VR. Haunted mixed reality headset, you're just hallucinating. But actually, haunted mixed reality headset would not be very good horror, in my opinion, because there would be an explanation for why you're seeing things, instead of just being like, oh, you're being haunted. There's actually a ghost there, instead it's like, oh, I have a headset on. That's why I'm seeing things. It's more explainable than your regular horror. Too explainable. Horror needs to be unexplainable. The instant you explain the monster, it ceases to be actually scary or thought-provoking. Thinking stops when you're told what it is. Right. So back to this. Do I want to just turn these into a URL? Even if like I stay with my own protocol, you could just do Brane and then the actual asset path. And then locally in the editor, it could just be file. Do I want assets to be able to have multiple? Because right now I already have a translation step where when we bake it, we have to convert IDs. So we could have like a cached, this is what the asset is on the server. This is what we use in the editor. So this is what the project could use. But then again, if you do a direct file reference, then when you move files around, you break your references. So we'll just store something like that in a meta file. We won't use that. I guess if you have a static set of assets you're not dealing with, you could use that as the ID. but I don't like that as like just a thing you use regularly. We'll stick with like Brane as the URL. And the reason why I wanted asset IDs to be a unique number here was for when we're actually doing operations on them, because like strings are inefficient. But I guess I could do something like a lookup table for the actual asset ID. And then have asset IDs managed by the asset manager. That's one thing we could do. I'm gonna throw this up on the other monitor because I think I'm done drawing for now. So we'll go to notes here, or planning. So asset representations. So we can even like make a mermaid diagram for this. If I can remember the syntax for it, let's go to, we'll just do a flow chart for now. I think my YouTube chat might be paused. Let me make sure. Okay, we're good. I am up to date on that. And make sure that's split. Yep. Well, we have our editor asset. Oh. EA. I think you can do edit or set like that, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Call that a raw source. Is it 2 dashes? It is, okay. Preferred murder drones, it's, oh, okay. Parade of movie tropes, not Gen Z, so that just feels all over the place. Murder drones was before my time. So I can't really make a judgment on it. We have editor sources, or editor assets, for the editor representation of an asset. And bus horror is unexplained. So maybe the relationship between these things need to be changed. Editor assets can always... So if a raw source, editor assets are the only things that... Can I make a flowchart arrow that goes backwards? Doesn't look like it. So editor assets can refer to raw sources, but they don't get converted to raw sources. So we'll say final asset. Final asset is raw sources are imported by editor assets. Final assets or editor assets are converted or baked into final assets. However, raw sources how about this? Sources cannot be changed and cannot be used directly as an asset. They can be referenced by editor assets. So that's one way to do it. Or I guess I'll kind of show what I'm thinking about right now. If we go to the file browser here, so we have here's my fragment shader here, and this dot shader isn't the actual shader, it's basically metadata about it. And I don't like there being two things in the file browser. In fact, I would even want to hide this bin folder, to be honest, because it is part of this GLTF. But we can probably... It makes sense to not hide it, because asset hiding rules for that would be kind of complicated. So... do I just blatantly rip off Unity and use meta files? Let's look up what Unreal... So asset metadata. So do they just have a database of... Okay, so they have something weird going on there. I think we'll just take Unity's metadata route, where... But how do I want to handle that for stuff like shaders? Or things that don't require metadata? Because I can just... Maybe that's why I'm getting tripped up, is because in my brain I'm like, so we definitely need metadata for external assets like GLTF files, like scripts, like shaders. These are the scripts. That's the shader. Anything where it's not a JSON file that can store its own ID, we need a metadata file. What I'm getting tripped up by is me going, oh, efficiency. If we have something like this, where, oh, it's a editor native asset that doesn't need to store it. I mean, I can store the ID for this shader in the actual, like, in the same file. We don't need to do a split between the editor asset and the metadata about that asset. Because if we did do that, we could just throw those two things into a metadata file, and then boom, split those. Unreal might be doing something different now with the release of their Fab asset management store site. They've put Megascans marketplace stuff in one place. I'm talking more about like the engine. Not quite sure what point you're making. Are you saying that they changed the way that they represent assets to be more compatible with the asset management or the store site? The Megascans and marketplace stuff in one place. I'm just talking about how the engine represents asset data. So do I do a hybrid system where I don't need... There's some confusion between asset store versus asset management? Probably a little. Yeah, when we say asset, we're talking any file in the project is an asset. It's not necessarily something you import from somewhere else. Though in this engine, the entire point is that you're streaming assets. In the context of the editor, every single file is an asset locally stored, and we're just figuring out what does the non-baked versions of these look like. Specifically, how do we handle assets that are editor native that don't need meta files? I guess a good question for this would be how Unity handles it. If I go into one of my Unity projects, like if I go to Unity projects, and let's do my animation tools project. Let's find a dot material, just anywhere. Does each custom engine end up like Unity? In a lot of cases, no, but a lot of people like kind of replicating the, most people, me including, try to copy way too much from it. I think it's just because a lot of people are familiar with it, so they lean towards it because it's familiar. And I'm doing that a little bit intentionally to make it easier for people to migrate over. Oh, it's just .mat. So this is the thing, like, Material is a Unity... It's a Unity native thing. They could put metadata and the actual asset in the same place, and then it would be fine. So here's the actual, this is what makes up the material itself. So that's just all of like the material properties. It's just the YAML version of what I have going on over on my side. Interesting that we have mono behaviors in here. That almost makes it look like a prefab. It is all just numbers and letters. Did you also write the programming language for this? I see LLVM tag on stream. So right now we're actually throwing in Lua, but I am working on, I don't think I have it open on any of these pages, but I am working on the scripting language for the engine. We're just throwing in Lua for a hot second here to prototype some systems, but also to try to get this working in 25 days for a hackathon that I want to bring the engine to. So, yes, but actually yes. Always has been. Numbers and letters. So then, what is the meta file? It is the GUID of the asset, which... So, here's another interesting distinction between my engine and Unity, is that the ID of the asset actually is something that matters for the potentially even user-facing, is what is the path that we use to import this asset. And then this is like just some other data about how they're, like, is this in a bundle? All that sort of stuff. Which I guess you can store asset. I guess the distinction Unity makes is if you take this mat file, drop it in another Unity project, it will still effectively function as the same material. You could do a sneaky syntax translation into Lua and call it a custom language. But the entire reason I'm making a custom language is for performance stuff. So what's the point of making my own if I'm just... It's not the syntax of Lua I don't like, though, to be fair, I don't like the syntax. It's the runtime that I care about. But, So, the main thing is I just want... I prefer if the... Don't save this. I want the ID to be actually part of the asset, and then if you're trying to send the asset to somebody else, meta files are confusing for people. I've had very experienced, in other realms, people work on teams with me and then not know that you also need to copy meta files over to not break projects. And even like... So this one isn't a cloak, this is just a jacket. The cloak is hanging over there. And the cloak would be glowing. That's another easy way to tell. So I don't like splitting things into two files when, for the most part, metadata is very important for the asset. So I want to keep that as one thing, when possible, but when you have externally imported things. It looks like there's green glowing. That's because I have a light down here. I don't know how locked out that is by the background removal, but yeah. But metafiles make the most sense for what I'm trying to do. Maybe I can come up with a better name than meta, but it is metadata. That's exactly what it is. Yeah, with all the light stuff, I do have like a mini studio setup thing going on. So, actually, how does this look right now? It's a little bit brighter than I want, actually. Let's make that a little bit more colored. Then, like, decrease it. There we go. That's a little bit more cinematic looking. Meta is bad. Call it faith. Indeed. That's not even a boomer joke. That's just modern tech. I'm gonna stare into the eyes of my suffering creation. What do you think? Oh, there's his brain, or lack of one. Is there a better way? Temple Tome. I wonder why the overlay is so delayed. I have it set to 0 delay, but like I see future chat a good 10 seconds before it actually pops up. I mean, if I want to keep with the idea of making this as easy as possible for other people to pick up from Unity, then keeping the same metafile behavior should like work fine. And I just need to define what is metadata and what is and what goes in the actual asset file. Because in the case of textures, for example, every single setting you can set for a texture is metadata. I guess it'll just have to be on a per case basis, which is I do not like having to do per case basis stuff. Alright, and that's the reason that we're multi-streaming. is so that we can let people choose to use the platform that they wish to use. It does split the viewer count, which makes it harder to be on Twitch, but YouTube probably doesn't care too much. Yeah, I guess we're doing meta files. I'm gonna delete this. Okay, and that did delete the page. So we'll add meta files. We'll make assemblies nestable and overridable. Indeed, Twitch is built for streaming, whereas YouTube is good for if you want to watch the stream later. So let's map out kind of what we need to do here. Remove asset cache thing from project file. Make asset IDs globally unique identifiers. And refactor existing assets. And edit for assets. And this is probably going to take like a bit. Like that is going to take a bit. Although Twitch has ads. Yeah. Twitch is the only platform I monetize. I think they run ads regardless of if you're monetized or not. But Twitch is the only platform that I'm monetized on. So yeah, I press the button to run ads. What was I looking for? Right, I wanted to see if I could turn the brightness of my screens up. Maybe it's like a, Oh no, the brightness is set to be as high as it can. Just jumping ship. You also jump positions on the between the two different chats. Complete brain reset. What was I gonna do? Right. I was gonna look at something. Some of the things, like, if we start refactoring assets, then we have to refactor, like, large chunks of the... very large chunks of the engine. Not very large, but lots of small bits and pieces. Like, for instance, when I go to assembly, there's this inject method. So this is past me being bad at certain design patterns, but the actually loading the assembly is part of the assembly class, whereas this should be a third-party manager. Just Vulkan, and then GLFW for the window manager. So if we do this refactor, we need to move all of these injection methods somewhere else. They probably go into the systems that actually use the assets. So assets become purely stores of data. And that would actually make it so that right now, because of my bad design decisions, they need to be fixed. There's two different build targets for assets. There's asset servers and asset client, because I thought, oh, be a good idea on the asset itself. Like if we go to image asset, you can see if we're building this for the client, we have the runtime like Vulkan ID of this image in memory. Or actually no, this is the Vulkan runtime has its own metadata about this. It just links us to my graphic runtime's representation of it. Because I do sometimes allocate multiple images so that I can like do the whole streaming thing. Or this might just be the raw Vulkan ID. And then this manages reloads and on dependencies loaded. There's some bad design decisions here that need to be How long did it take to render 3D models? Couple months. Nothing too crazy, actually. So when we add meta files, we also backdoor asset loading pipeline. Now, if we're refactoring the asset loading pipeline, which probably goes before making assemblies nestable, because that also, at the same time as we're doing that, we're refactoring how assemblies get loaded, because this injection method is use VMA allocator or custom one. I don't currently use a Vulkan allocator. I just use whatever. That's like the extra argument you can send to the Vulkan pipeline of like what allocator you're using, right? I'm not using that at the moment. I probably should, shouldn't I? On my roadmap, I have in like 3 months or so, graphics refactor on my roadmap where I want to like audit all of that. So we'll put checking out Vulkan allocators to the list of things we should check out. Because if I go to this roadmap page, then somewhere on here I have, yeah, graphics audit sometime in like 3 months. Hello. Have I had any luck? I have. I fixed the highlighting stuff. It turns out that neither MSVC or CLang have full support for C++ 23, but they both have support for C++ 20, which is fine. I can get along. I can get by with that. So no default shader. At the moment, no, we don't have a default shader. We have templates for shaders that if you throw the template shaders in there, it yeah, that's essentially your default shader. But yeah, if there's no shader set, it just doesn't. Oh, are you messing with the editor right now? Is that why you're asking? So what you'll want to do is, I can show this real fast. To get something rendering, once this loads, which it will in a second, there we go. So what you'll want to do to get stuff rendering is, when you open up the assembly, you click on the dependencies tab here and then materials. This is where you can set materials, so you'll double click one of these and you'll be able to select from the materials you have. At first, you will not have any materials. So what you'll want to do is create a let's call this a new fragment shader. I think, yeah, that's getting created right now. You'll want to create a new vertex shader as well. And I need to actually multi-thread this so it doesn't stall out the entire thing. And then you'll just want to create a material as well. So we'll just call this test mat. Did I already make a test mat? I think I might have. So we'll just call this test. And then when you click on, well, after it gets created, you'll find your test material in the folder, easier than I will, and you want to set the vertex shader to that freshly created vertex, the fragment to that freshly created fragment. It will let you set fragment shaders as vertex shaders, so something to be careful of. And by default, there's an input for a color. So you can set the color to be whatever you want. And then going back to your assembly, you'll be able to, on your GLTF, if you have any materials, you'll be able to go here and set, I wonder which one of these is the face panel. I think it's like maybe this one. No, it's probably this white one. We can set this to test, for example, or set this one to test. There we go. So that's how you set up the material pipeline. There's no default, so you have to like go through the entire process. But that's what the entire process looks like. It's a little bit tedious, and one thing I do want to do before Reality Hack is actually simplify that, like throw in defaults there. So I am going to go and test where test. There it is. I'm gonna throw this to be white again. Did very little of that, but I guess I don't need to yet. It's very similar to the Unity pipeline, the only difference being that you can have different vertex and fragment shaders. They don't have to be in the same shader pipeline. Which means you can reuse stuff a little bit more than with Unity. Yeah, I pretend that I know how graphics works. There we go. But there's nothing to do but just jump in on this so that I'm not just yapping the entire time. What makes sense to do first? Do we go from the editor down to refactoring the actual assets? Or do we go from the assets backwards to the editor? Well, let me look at my list of things to do. What was I thinking of doing? Meta files first, and then refactor the asset loading pipeline? So, okay, yeah. So we'll do editor refactors first, and then refactor the loading pipeline. That way we can deal with that. Which means we get to go to editor asset and break that entire project. So don't put too much effort into any Brane Engine project right now, because this update that I'm about to do right now will break every single project. And come on, Brane. Finish buffering. There we go. First thing we'll need to work on is editor asset itself. As if you can do much more than import a 3D model. Hey, you can set up some nice lighting. You can even get like a full PBR workflow working. I have, if I look in default assets, wherever those are, there it is. We actually have like this whole lighting header that you can import, and the lighting has like, you can call the shade PBR function from your shader, pass in all these values, and you will get PBR shading. But that takes a good bit of effort to set up, because you need to actually write the shaders to import the textures, and yeah, I need to make default PBR shaders. This thing I need to do. Indeed, refactoring old code is why you become a programmer. So, real quickly, what is JSON virtual type? I think this is for components. This is how we're handling components. So I don't need to worry about that too much right now. But here, we need to have the path to the file. This is the JSON for the editor asset itself. We're going to change these to data and meta data. And I'm not even going to do regular renaming, because I want to see all of the code that touches. Then I'm gonna stop looking at the chat as often so that I can focus on this, but I'll try to keep narrating kind of what I'm doing. And here, we'll call this data. We'll also do metadata. And this version JSON file is how we handle undoing and redoing in the project. Might be a more efficient way to do it that we'll change to at some point, but maybe we could call it like versioned object or something, but not store it as JSON behind the scenes. Depends on how JSON CPP works. Man, I want to have my pipeline changes in here because that's going to clean up so much stuff. I might just end up doing all of the refactors that I want to do before actually adding new behavior in, because that's going to make all of this a lot easier. Because we won't be wading through past me's egregious sins against coding. How do I want to handle contained assets? I guess contained assets is a metadata thing. I would like to somehow enforce the shape of the JSON, like make a schema for it so that it can be more standardized than it currently is. Because at the moment, you just access the JSON file, and that is dubious levels of verification. Build asset, I'm going to refactor this so that we get a unique pointer out of it. Past me was very much against, in the past I've been very much against using like unique and shared pointers as anything. Like, I liked using unique pointers so that I didn't have to remember to delete variables, but nowadays I'm just like, you know what, reference counting isn't terrible, even if it does slightly slow stuff down, but like very, very slightly slow stuff down from a performance standpoint. But that probably was a premature optimization is the root of all evil situation. Even though I push back against that saying, I think that was a premature optimization on my part. Call this file path. We'll call this data path. And this will be called the meta path. This will be the asset name, asset type. Do we have unsaved changes? The other thing we need to do is I'll leave that for later. Then when we open unknown asset, gonna have this be a unique pointer as well. So remove all of our raw stuff. Now, how do I want to handle asset IDs? And do I refactor this? Why do I have an ID cache variable in here? Oh, this is because I have the ID stored in the string, and the ID cache is... Okay, yeah, I know what's going on here. Can OpenSSL generate UUIDs? See, what version of... Version 4s are the ones I've messed with before, so we probably want a version 4. What's the license for this? Ah, it's probably yoinkable. But I do want to use OpenSSL's libraries for this, if I can. And the way that I'm going to handle asset IDs is have them be a handle. Or not even have them be a handle, but that just nuked the majority of my code base by doing that, by the way. Then hashed asset ID is how we handle that. So to make asset IDs fast to handle internally, you can have an asset ID handle that just stores an internal ID to a map inside of the asset manager that we can reference it from. And then let's make asset IDs we don't need to do a handle, we can just do a shared pointer to it. And shared pointers are hashable, so just gonna nuke all of that. And then we don't technically even need to do comparison. Well, no, we should have comparisons. Same origin, this will be that will be interesting. Because technically an asset ID could be from several different places. This could be a HTTP asset. Let's do a class Brane asset ref. This will be a struct. And then waffles or pancakes? Oof. I'm gonna have to go with pancakes. I prefer the squishy inside to the pancake, and the surface area of a waffle decreases the ratio of squishy inside to crusty exterior. Or it changes the ratio in a way I don't like. And then in here, this would be where we put the UUID. So then I'm not a super fan of crunch. Utility, where is utility? There's utility. Does utility have SSL imported? It does not. What about corner versus edge brownies? Ooh. I prefer the ones out of the center. No crunch. Can't remember if OpenSSL is a config package. Oh, we have this cached. We want OpenSSL. Okay, it's not a required. So we probably want to link the crypto library, cryptography. Here, I'm gonna get some higher energy music going. Do we want to go dark synth? This song has a very long lead up. This is atmospheric. Let's do... Ooh, I know the video that I want. It's way back in the earlier works. Ah, this one works. There we go. Yeah, nose is itchy. Then down here, let's create UUID. Actually, before I go and implement my own thing, let's actually check if there is a good UUID package. We're going to dependency hell ourselves. C++ cross-platform implementation for UUIDs. libuid. This is SourceForge. Flashbacks to Minecraft mods. 10 years ago. Let's see what this project looks like. A single header library that works for universal unique identifiers, universal unique or GUID. This is not JavaScript. No, it is not. Seems very stable. It hasn't been updated in 2 years. Which honestly, for stuff like this, is kind of what you want. It means it's good. Is there any issues? V7. Bug. So they fixed it. So it's marked as still marked as open. Oh, I mean, this is a bug. We'll implement something ourselves, that way we own the code. Since we really only need this. Indeed. I switched over to not the atmospheric sci-fi stuff. We switched over to So we're gonna do UUID. Actually, no, we'll create our own class for this. And UUIDs are several different numbers. So I wonder if it makes sense to split that up into different portions or just store it as one buffer. Yeah, see, because this is... If we want to compare these, it's going to be a lot faster. I don't know. Is comparing a buffer faster than comparing these? I do not know. Oh, interesting. So this is both treated as a buffer. So I can actually just yoink this as the internal data. So I'll have this as a struct. We'll have a toString function here. Ah. Override the equality with other UUID. Ah. Does override go first? No, it's operator. I'm thinking it's C#. And we'll also make a thing for parsing UUIDs. UUID, so we'll create our constructor here. And this constructor will be a blatant copy-paste of this code here, except maybe without snprintf. Honestly, this is probably really, really fast, so we're gonna keep it. Then we're actually here. I'm going to be fancy and learn how to use the editor that I'm using. I'm just not even going to question what's happening over there in YouTube land. What are you guys talking about? And then we actually don't want this at all. That's going to be in our create R2 string. I'm actually going to make this method const. all these methods constant so we can correctly abstract our code. String view, we don't need that. Dang, am I gonna have to do a regex for parsing this? I might need to do a regex for parsing this when I get to the parsing phase, because I was like, wait a second, is there like a reverse version of printf? And then I was like, wait a second, there is. It's called regex. So we're going to create a new string buffer. I'm going to resize this to... What is the size of our UUID? 38? Because smprintf, that's like safe. Right? Where you have to actually pass the length of the buffer. Yeah, the size of the string is that, so 30, what was it? 38 is the total length of our buffer. Maximum number of bytes characters that will be written to the buffer, and since it is a Happy New Year to you as well. I am currently writing, or yoinking from GitHub, UUIDs. So we're basically refactoring our entire asset pipeline right now. Because the asset pipeline is rather... It's quite cooked, I will say. And not like I cooked. It's more like, was I high while writing this? Which I wasn't. But I would think that I was. Or stupid. The answer is that I was stupid. I was unaware of how one should code the things that I coded, so I coded them not well. So we are now recoding them, because I am smart now. More like we're getting cooked. How are you getting cooked? I haven't been saying anything mean about you guys. I mean, I could if I wanted to, but I'm not going to. It would not be a smart thing for me to do, to like the people I want to like me. We are cooked with this one. We are the ones getting cooked by your past self. I feel like I'm the one most getting cooked. Because I'm like, here, look at this really cool project I've been working on. Oh crap, my code is abysmal by my standards. Oh guys, please. Please. I promise it will get better. Ah! I'm good at coding. You know? Let's see now. Is there S mem? Okay, so this is not buffer overwritable. I think I'm doing most of the cooking. To be fair, yes, I am the one cooking myself the most. In fact, most of like the, well, no, somebody who actually knows what they're talking about probably still would cook me. But that on the other side, they're like, what? It probably would also ask why I'm putting in as much effort as I am in some areas. So it balances out. I was not clicking. Buffer, data, buffer, data, buffer, size of data, buffer, and then imagine if comparing things wasn't a constant operation. Could you imagine that? How hard are bones and blend shapes to implement? For the engine, they are going to be a nightmare. Skin meshes. Skin meshes are notoriously difficult. So you have to take the like matrix rotated bones, and then if you figure out, okay, for this vertex, which one of these bones implement it or affect it, and how much do we like lerp its position between those bones. Now you get that from like the vertex weights of it on each bone, but then you also have to like, you're probably doing the computation of like skin mesh displacement on the GPU side. So now you have to figure out a good pipeline for getting all of your data for all of that onto the GPU. And what I wonder is, in a skinned mesh, does a vertex check its weight against every single bone? Like if you have a mesh with 300 bones in it, does every single vertex compare itself to every single bone? Like just go down the array of vertex weights for each bone, or is each vertex given a set of like 4 bones to compare itself? Because I've seen that in Unity, you can select like 4 bone weights, and I think that might also be like an FBX standard thing. So now you have to like, before sending that over to the GPU, you have to figure out, okay, for this vertex, what are the 4 most important bones that affect it? And now for every single vertex, you're only comparing it to 4 bones, so that's more of a linear scaling thing instead of n times n scaling thing. I think that it would go the other way so they could be better parallelized, like bones to vertices. Well, how does that relation work? The way it works is through vertex weight groups. So for this bone, you have a list of every single vertex. So when you hear people talk about vertex painting or weight painting, what they're doing is, for this bone, we have an array that has an entry for every single vertex, and is from 0 to 1. So if it's 0, that bone has no effect over that vertex. If that value is 1, it has full effect over that vertex. That vertex is locked to the transform of that bone. And yeah, I will look at other implementations. But that means on the shader side, now you have to figure out a way to tell that shader which bones you want to dereference if you don't want to go down every single one of those arrays. Which it probably is something like a compute shader. It probably is a compute shader. You probably have the original mesh, you run a compute shader, there's your... You probably have memory for your instance of the mesh. You probably need a couple instances of that since you're going to be... If you have like a swap chain buffer. It's actually... Well, meshes actually aren't that memory intensive. Unless you have like a VR chat e-boy avatar with 3 million tries. Well, yeah, we will have fun implementing that after we figure out our pipelines for everything. So are those implemented? No, because I haven't looked at what mcompare actually does. I think if it's 0, that means that they're the same. 0 if the count of all bytes are equal. Positive value if the first deferring byte is greater than negative value if the first deferring byte. So this is what you would use in sorting algorithms. But for our purposes, we want to check if this is equal to not equal to 0. And in this case, we want to check if it is equal to 0. And that will tell us if these two are different. And comparing the 16 bytes of this buffer will be significantly faster than comparing the 38 bytes of that. So, woohoo! Performance advances, or performance enhancements. Almost have that emulator to run in Linux. Figure to create a wine environment file, but which files? But which files? Okay. I'm not getting there though. Nice. He is making an emulator of some form. That's about all that I can remember. Which who's to say I actually remember? Alright, guys, we ready to do regexes? I'm gonna close that window here. Oh, there. Dude, there is an inverse to printf, so you can scan. That's sick. So let's see. Reads data from a null terminated character string buffer. Is there a version of this that takes a range instead? Okay, what's scanf underscore s? Scanf from a stream, but not from a... So we can do scanf. Limit the scan for the end of the string to a small size with string length or equivalent. Pass an appropriate refill function, passing a huge length, letting the internal route special. Okay, we can really easily get around that, I think, by... Here's what we'll do. We'll just do... We'll allocate a constant buffer of char 38, which the format for this that we support is 38 chars. And then we will actually 39 chars. So we need that null terminated string. So buffer 30 and no. We don't need to do, well, actually that's, we do want it stack allocated if we can, because that is significantly faster. My dog just left me. There we go. Now we can just standard mem copy from text into buffer. And we're going to assert. Now I have a custom assertion system that I wrote that I actually don't have fully working yet. It gives better pop-ups, theoretically. assert that text size is equal to 38. UUID must be parsed from the format a format matching a 38 28 38 byte string matching the format 8 byte 4 2 2 2 2. For 12. So that is incredibly cryptographic message. But the constructor was passed. We're like throwing an entire error message on this. I'm gonna do ticks for this. Using standard format. It's alright. It does the job. I wish it was a slightly more comfortable headset. Less heavy, etc., etc. But for, like, the lenses and what it is pretty good. So if my assert code was working properly, this would work. Let's finish out this class first before debugging that, though. Because I need to do a little thing in here. That makes the string valid. Formatter, why are you being the way that you are? An extraneous closing brace. Oh, that's not a backtick. These aren't backticks. Did I put a forward tick there? No. What? There's a backtick. Why are these forward ticks? I might be dumb. Now, Linux is very nice if you're a developer. If description I is equal to a parentheses character, because TFD really doesn't like parentheses characters. I think it might be a Windows API thing, or just one of the APIs that it supports doesn't support having parentheses in your message. We're going to say description I is equal to, and we're going to put a replacement character in here. Wrong one. I want the asset server name. What replacement character was I using here? We'll yoink that one. Because this character here, as it's not the regular tick mark, is actually valid. One little bit of format programming. So we also need to check if this is not equal to, or no, not equal, but equal to tick mark. But for some reason it was actually do this. Characters, because that makes more sense. I mean, that could be fine, but we'll keep it in line with the TFD verification. Hopefully that compiles. I do have it complaining about, it has been complaining about parentheses though, not matching up. In any case, that takes care of me making sure that I don't footgun myself by trying to throw ticks around things. Assigning value type char from incompatible type const char 4. Huh? Oh. Character is too large for enclosing character literal type. Oh. See what we can get from this ASCII table. Hey, go away. We also need, I know that it checks for backticks as well, so I'm gonna throw that in here too. It also does something to prevent like a variable syntax, but I don't need to worry about that right now. Character of unknown. What's the white square? UFFD. It's more than a byte though. White square is 5A1. Go to extended ASCII here. ASCII. Extended ASCII. Two, 5, 4. It's like 1. This 25A1, so that's like okay, so that can't be stored in a byte at all. I'm gonna do the vertical line separator. That'll get similar messages across. Declared identifier description. What do you mean? It's right here. Yes. Oh. That would be it. So, at least syntactically, it's fixed. So now that we have our memory in a null terminated buffer, I said in a null terminated buffer, don't need to return. What we do is the opposite of this. My family might have just gotten home, so I might need to close the door in a second here. me check. I'll be right back. They're not that good. It is raining outside. It's like pouring Florida rain. Call it the Sunshine State. But it's like lightning capital of the world. Lots of rain. Then we want to use scan F. We can probably use this exact same format there. And we just need to pass them in as pointers. I'm not clicking. Stop. Stop. I'm not clicking. Technically can't even see my hands, so I don't know how it's causing those issues. NFS. Is this an MSVC thing? Ah, yeah, this is a Windows thing. Screw you, Windows. I'm using the deprecated function. I've done my safety checks. Be gone. It's part of the C standard spec. You can't get rid of it. The developers would revolt. And just like that, we now have Now, is that the way that I want to handle this? Well, now we have a way to handle UUIDs. An asset ID should be... No, we're gonna... I don't want to have to deal with a variant for this, so... we do domain, UUID, and then... we're gonna have another enum. So I want asset IDs to also be the way that you fetch it. So enum... protocol. For now, there's only the Brane protocol, but there might be... I support something like HTTP GET. I'm actually going to yank this operator. Now UUID is compatible with standard output. Oh, right, I need to, you know what, since I'm being good about, like, error checking and stuff, should make this a... result UUID. Do I want to make a default result error. I mean, it's string by default, and that works for now. And yes, I did make a C++ version of result. So now here, result is, let's see, how many matches do we want? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 11, okay. Not an even number. Dang, I can't do assert here either then if I don't want this to, I want this to not fail. We'll actually keep this. Do I have a constructor for error that is just its value? Ah. Hmm. Give a bot. Be gone. No, do I have? I should have a constructor. Yeah, default constructor shouldn't. Actually, no, it's a constant array. Size of will work on it. Actually, will it? Will size of work? I'm just gonna have it manually written in there. Because I'm not actually sure. Generation. Do I need to say static? Oh, no. I can't remember. Oh wait, did I? I hadn't written the folder. Not the folder, the file. Oh, yes, the file. File for output. One on success. need to come up with a better way to handle errors. Even better than this. But a blatant or a simple "this didn't work" is fine for now. Alright, I'm very happy with that. See, is this a struck now? Yeah. Oh, one last thing. Gonna do a quick is valid. Just to make sure it's not all zeros. I'm gonna say is set. No, it's too vague. I'm gonna go with is valid. Maybe is empty would be better. So this is empty. EMPT. Yeah. So this is empty if there are 16 zeros in the buffer. Actually, since we're doing is empty, you can just do is not zero. I am not clicking. Can't even see my hands. There's a microphone in the way. Nose itch. Now I have to refactor asset ID. Don't I? You whining. Dog is lonely. I don't know or got home. I know you're just lonely. I'm attention starved. But I've been streaming all day and there's nobody else here. Dog. You can stay in here if you want, but I can't pay attention to you when streaming. On your mat. Hey, go. Go. You don't get to be on the tatami mat. Oh. Dog. Asset ID is what we want. So it is called a domain. Okay. We'll still call it a domain, even if it's an IP. Even if that isn't technically the standard way to do it. So what system are you currently working on? Just talk on the stream. So right now we're basically completely refactoring the way that assets are stored in editor and doing light refactoring to the way that we store asset IDs. So if I bring out the diagram, wherever it is, if we have a diagram, I don't know if I did, oh, here we go. Yeah, so there's like the engine side of assets, and then there's the editor side of assets. The editor side of assets get baked into the engine side of assets, and I hadn't really decided how I hadn't come up with a standard for how to store editor assets, so it's like super inconsistent. So we're refactoring that, and while I'm at it, right before I'm doing that, I'm refactoring how asset IDs work so that in the future we can potentially support different protocols for actually fetching them. So some asset IDs might use like the custom Brane protocol, which is what we're currently using, but I also might want to support traditional CDNs for asset distribution in the future. So we have a protocol thing in here, we have a domain. So the protocol, actually, I know of a protocol. You could also put in here is file. So if it's off of our file system, we would use file, and then Brane would be, if we're using the like Brane servers. And then string is like the path to the asset, and then UID. When before this was like domain and then an asset ID, and that's all it was. And that wasn't very flexible, nor was it the prettiest. And what I might actually do is make domains be stored through wildcards while in the editor. That way, like, it's explicit that we should change it, and references to it and whatnot. Makes it easier, would make it easier to export stuff. So it's how to stream the data to the end user and also making sure engine naming is consistent. Not so much naming, more so the actual files that I'm using in the project. That's a Unity project I was referencing. But yeah, right now it's a little bit inconsistent where editor native assets are one file, but then stuff like GLTFs get converted into an assembly, but we can't then update the GLTF because it would overwrite the assembly, and you're able to edit this assembly asset. So there's a lot of weird, unthought out things there. So I'm splitting it. I'm basically ripping off Unity's meta file system, where every single asset will have an associated meta file. And that will make things like importing external things like shaders, and it will make stuff easier. So you can consistently change things in the editor and make sure the data you add gets smoothed out, for lack of a better term. We're cleaning up the pipeline, so to speak. smoothing out the pipeline. So there's significantly less foot guns and actual feet to walk with. I think the only implicit constructor we will do here now, is... Wait, why is move manually defined? Oh, so I could set the previous one to null. That makes sense. I guess the UUID would show up as empty. I don't think we need a custom move. Do a custom protocol. Change this to a string view. Kind of what I meant. More drag and drop assets instead of messing with them in the editor so much. You can drop a blend file and then pull data that the engine needs from that. No plans for blend files at the moment. That probably will take a bit of effort. It would be cool. Right now it's only GLTFs. Might extend it in the future here to also support stuff like FBX. But right now we're trying to get it working before a hackathon. That's what the countdown in the title of the stream is for. Blend was just an example, but yeah. That way you don't have to go through any conversion, and if you update it in the file system, it also updates it in the actual scene, and then changes are handled properly without overwriting previous changes. Non-destructive editing. That's a good term for it. If you want blend, the best way to open Blender and convert it to a GLTF. Indeed. And now that we don't need all of these, because it's directly exposed now. I'm not doing something weird like storing the string representation and then caching it. Let's call this empty. And then we don't need to set it. I'll keep set null as empty. Oh, you're saying behind the scenes, if I want to import blend files? That would work. If you can run Blender through a command line, and like command line export project. Assignment operator probably works. Why did I go through all of this effort? Why was past me like this? I don't need a same origin since I'm just going to directly expose the domain. It was like I object-oriented brained. I do want to be able to compare to a string. I like that. Actually, no. No, I'll just make myself parse it. And we don't want to do that anymore because I want to store asset IDs as references. So we really only need empty and set empty here. If it weren't too much of a joke, I might start making part of the structure referred to as dragons. Would be kind of funny. Ooh, there we go. What we'll do here is just say protocol is protocol. Domain from domain. And UUID from UUID. We do want an as string function. Just so you could have dragons in the code. Ah, I see. Put a lot of effort into making this a lot more complicated than it should be. We want to standard format. Domain. We may or may not want domain. No, we'll keep domain there. Actually, domain goes right here. And then the UUID goes here. And then the thing that goes here is the protocol. matching function call to type eraser. Huh? Oh. Well, that wouldn't be it. Oh. There we go. And that gives us our asset ID. And then we will have to be able to parse this string, but I want to put the parsing function for that inside of Asset Manager. That way we're forced to keep asset IDs as a singleton. So every asset ID, there's only ever one instance of it in the engine, all referred to by the same pointer. So this more push or pull, is the client asking what's available or the server showing what's available? Most of the time it's ask, but the server authenticates that they are allowed to ask. And what you ask for is determined by what you receive from the server. So it's more so a conversation. Complex. We want to real quickly implement bool empty. This is equal to if the UUID is empty. So hello, I'm X. Can you show me what you have? If so, please do, but only Y amount. X being user ID and Y being the bandwidth limit? I'm not quite sure which system that really would be, but the general conversation between the servers and the client as it would probably be something along the lines of, hello, I'm the client. I would like to join your world. Which chunk should I load into? And then the server will go, okay, here's the ID of the default chunk asset. And then the client will go, all right, cool, can you give me that? And then we'll start streaming the chunk asset over. And then when it gets the chunk asset information, it will also get a list of the dependencies for that chunk asset. So it will go, hey, can you give me the dependencies for this chunk as well? And there might be a system where the server sends like an entire dependency tree before, instead of it being like, wait for this asset, and then go to the dependencies, and then wait for you to receive those dependencies, and then get the dependency after that. You might be able to make it so it can ask for all of them at once with a little bit of optimization. But generally it'll be like that back and forth. If you get an asset, you get all the dependencies for it. Then once you have all the dependencies for an asset, you can load it and display it on your client. And then there's a different process that goes for like multiplayer servers. We won't do set empty, we'll do clear. we go. I think that's everything that we really need for this to work. And now we get the very fun task of refactoring everything. Absolutely everything that uses it. We'll go through the assets one by one. Start with component asset. We aren't going to be using component assets in the future. Wait a second, do I not have the asset ID stored inside the actual asset itself? Those make me wonder how you would handle client to client for avatars and items. So Brane is not a peer-to-peer architected thing. It is going to be very much a server authoritative thing, so you would host your avatar on a server somewhere that either you were managing or perhaps like an asset that, like a avatar hosting service or a world hosting service that also let you do avatars, and then it's kind of the server's job to manage all of that, or the multiplayer server instance that you're in. So when you receive the state of the world from the multiplayer server, that will also contain the asset IDs for the other clients. So it'll almost be like tracking cookies. Not necessarily. It would be tied to your, I guess it would be something that you request of a server when you join, and then the workflow for avatars isn't fully worked out, but it isn't going to be peer-to-peer. Hello, welcome back. Since we don't have asset IDs stored in here, all works fine. I guess I do have to define the, that's fine. I guess I do have to define an equality operator for asset ID. But I do want, it'd be very nice for when we're working with asset IDs for not to need to be an entire object, but instead just an ID. How do you code for so long? Are you just that driven? More like chronically addicted. and I can actually code for a lot longer when I'm not streaming, because the social aspect of streaming drains me significantly more than the actual coding portion. My longest that I actually measured would have to have been 14 hours when I was working on my first scripting language and trying to figure out how to write a parser from scratch. That was something. I was like hallucinating at that point. This is just a bigger picture, peer-to-peer, so you could, per world, store your avatar. It feels like a lot of data load for the servers that peer-to-peer could fix, but I could see issues for attack vectors with peer-to-peer. So, whenever you join a world, that world is not... When you join a world and you're like, hey, this is my avatar, you would be only giving it an... You would only be giving it an asset ID, and that ID would contain the domain... or the location of where you are hosting your avatar. So it doesn't add any extra load onto the servers that you join when you have a custom avatar. It puts more load on your server that you're hosting, because you wouldn't duplicate the asset between servers. The asset would just say, hey, go load from that server over there, not me. Yeah, one thing that very much helps with my programming is it takes me a really long time to get frustrated. Probably longer than healthy, to be honest, because I'll be sitting on the same bug for like 4 hours, and only then is when I start losing my cool. Right, operators. So it'd be like how websites give the option to give a link to an image hosting site, that they would pull that instead of you uploading it. So yes, that's exactly how that would work. In fact, that's how I'm designing the entire engine, is that all of the assets are kind of like a web of links. Would servers have an option to cache an avatar locally though? So it will probably be possible for players to cache assets. I'm undecided on whether I'll let servers cache assets. Now, if a server links to another asset for something that they've placed in their world, then it makes sense to maybe sometimes cache the assets that you yourself have like placed in a world, but for users' avatars, that doesn't really make too much sense. Aw, dang. I can't go to the operator. Alright, and now we can use asset IDs similar to how we were before. Now the question is, how do I want to hash these? Because we do want them to be easily hashable. Ah, I know. We'll make the UUIDs hashable, then hash based on the UUID, because it is very... it won't be common for UUIDs to be... Just thinking, if bandwidth got restricted, that way they can still show your avatar without going default. Say host got overloaded, also it could be a thing the server asks you could auto-ignore. So it's not really the job of whatever world server that you are on to make sure that you paid enough for whatever server you're hosting your avatar on. Can handle how many people can currently see your avatar. So that makes me hesitant too, because yeah, I don't know. Let's see, is there a hash for buffer? uint8. Not a requirement, but it could have. But could they have it as a quality of life thing, not a need? Or am I missing something obvious here? It's mostly that, let's say you're hosting a world, like an asset world server. Content delivery networks can be kind of expensive. So, and like avatars are, hopefully you've optimized your avatar to be pretty small. So that unless like your server is actively getting DDoSed, you're probably never going to have any problems and can probably host it off of like a $2 a month or $5 a month Linux box. Basically from any service. And that will serve all of your needs. But let's say that you're like running a large world and people are having that large world server, which is already like, it already has the strain of serving the assets for an entire region of a world or area of a world. It's a little bit unfair to ask them to also reduce the load on users' potentially much smaller avatar server that has a lot less strain on it. So one idea that I did have is the idea of letting people optionally pool their servers if they want to. So for example, if your world is friends with another world, for example, a lot of VR chat clubs have like partnership with other VR chat clubs. Let's say they all switch to Brane and they pool their resources so that like this one has a couple servers, this one has a couple servers, and this one has a couple servers. They might have like each have an asset server and then multiple multiplayer servers. And then when one's holding an event, when another one isn't holding an event, one could lend their runtime servers or a little bit of their CDN space to another one. That's something that I could see potentially happening. So it might make sense to allow partnered servers, like explicit partnership creation between different asset servers, where both owners explicitly say, I would like to cooperate and help out this other asset server, as a very both know that they want to do it, instead of it being like some random server has some random user now you're caching their avatar for them. And there's also like some potential safety issues with that and copyright stuff. Like, let's say that user has some like a pirated avatar, and now you're caching their private avatar on their server. It's a lot easier to just say like, no, we're not gonna cache any avatars. Would just prefer world creators to be the ones that are able to make decisions about those sort of things. Now, let's see if this can actually hash that buffer. Fixed size data that is good enough for most uses. guess that works. What? What, 38? Oh, wait a second. Be more like that? Does not provide a call operator, so I guess that means it doesn't exist. Indeed, this is C++. Guess we'll just convert that. Or maybe we need to, like, do this as a reference to the buffer? Alright, thank you for sticking around while you could. It is much appreciated. And we want to include string view. And this to be a char pointer. Actually, is data buffer. Treat it as a pointer. Can I do this? I think local things like that are treated as pointers. How long does it take my computer to boot? It's slowed down a little bit by the grub boot manager, but roughly 10 seconds in the worst case scenario. But I mean, I'm booting directly off of an SSD, so it's pretty fast. So this should be a good UUID, or a good hash for that UUID. And then if we go back to asset ID, Mine probably takes about the same. Let's see. Asset ID H. Then we want to do. Oop. Did I do the incantation correctly? I did. Wait a second. Is there no header? Oh, it's Pragma once. Does Pragma once work on all? Was non-standard but widely supported. GCC, Clang, MSVC. It would be very nice to just be able to use Pragma once. Because I don't really need to support legacy compilers. Like, we are compiling stuff for virtual reality. I don't really... This isn't a utility library that I need to work on embedded hardware. Like, to get this to compile on new platforms, we're going to be needing to use, like, experimental versions of compilers. I know. I know it's best practice and everything. But, like, do any compilers not support it, aside from, like, in compiler for embedded chip 52 that came out 15 years ago? Am I going to be compiling it in any... Like, am I ever going to compile the client to a headset using a 15-year-old chip? Probably not. This is also why I like Rust. You know what would be super cool? A build system for C++ that you wrote only header files, and then when you run the build system, it would separate out those source files that you wrote into header and CPP files, and also handle, like, includes for you. Because it can't be too hard to just go, hey, like, write a parser, like use TreeSitter or something, and go, okay, is this a template function? If it's not a template function, move the definition of that function from our source file into a source file, like a CPP file, and then copy a only template, only, like, predefinition? What's it called? Like the stub into a header file. Generate out all of those, and then send those to the actual compiler. And you can even make it so it generates CMake files on the back end, so you don't have to build an entire build system. You just have to make there are header-only libraries. Well, in that case, you don't need to split it out. Because header-only libraries are the thing that make them work. The thing that makes header-only libraries work is that none of the functions in them can be... Because the problem with the reason you don't put functions in headers is if that same function gets defined in two different build targets, and then you link those build targets together, you get a redefinition error. Like, that function is in both of them, right? But the way header-only libraries usually work is because all their functions are templates. And that's why I said, like, if it detects something's a template, it keeps it only in the header file. So you just use the set. It's like very blatantly obvious when your header-only file needs to be something that's in a header. Like, this is something that the build system could use. It just searches for the indications of this is a header-only file, like, because there are very defined workarounds you need to do. And at that point, that would essentially be a preprocessor, wouldn't it? So then you can also write your own macros and stuff. But then you have to explain to everybody, like, hey, you need to download the Brane build system for C++. But, like, I'm already writing a language. I can't write a preprocessor for a much older language. I gotta stick to my language that I'm writing. That will not have the problem of header and source files. Now, where was I? Right. Oh, did I? It's probably defined in serializable data in utility. Or serialized data? There it is. Then I actually want that. This asset ID hash. Standard hash of UUID. Then we just return the hash of the UUID. Right, and the family is back home. I'm gonna go close my door, so I don't need to listen and be aware of the house anymore. I'm also gonna say hi to them. But There we go. And we are back. Please don't restart the headset. There we go. Good. Which did not crash the headset again. You have to use a function to make a list in Kotlin. It is a functional programming language, though. Like, to my understanding, the way that functional programming language... Is Kotlin not a functional programming language? Oh, it's not. Maybe I was thinking of Haskell or something. I thought JetBrains had developed a... Like, I knew that Kotlin was developed by JetBrains, and I thought it was functional. Oh, look, it has a functional mode. But yeah, you're right, it is still object-oriented. Every programming language supports both. Okay, so it's like a double dipping thing. In other functional languages, you don't need a function to make a list. It probably is a function behind the scenes, but... Alright, so I want this to be efficient. Was I just like two-stringing this before? I think I was just two-stringing this. We're gonna do s id dot protocol id dot domain and id dot uuid data. Actually, we can just do dot uuid. And then I want to move these out of serialized data and into there's not square bracket syntax in Kotlin. Ooh, fun. I guess this is why hash is a struct that you call a member of, like a static member of. Not even a static member. I now understand why hash is formatted the way it is. And it took me learning how to do this in other languages to realize that. This is input serializer, so this is input. Let's throw UUID in here. The way that UUID works is we No member named UUID in ID. There's no member UUID in UUID. I think I wrote an override for... Actually, I have a generic template for when it is a statically sized thing. Map of one... Huh? That looks like a match or case statement. That doesn't look like a map. We're going to yoink this, and then the hash map of numbers to words. Oh. Oh, you're talking about maps as in hash maps. I thought you were talking about maps as in the functional programming language concept. That looks like a custom syntax. Yeah, why did they write custom syntax for that? That takes effort for both parties. Like, it takes effort to get your parser to do that. It takes less effort to make a language that is easier to write. In certain circumstances. Simpler the grammar, the simpler... Intentionally makes a tuple. So the 2 is a tuple? Why would you use 2 for tuple? I can see tuples being used in so many other places, and 2 being like a very weird syntax for that. I'm not a fan of conditional grammar for operations like that. Also, apparently I was just storing IDs as strings before. It is just to make the map of function work. So they wrote custom grammar for a single function. Amazing. I applaud them. Why do I have to write a custom thing for asset IDs? Didn't I write a override for just regular vectors? Yeah. I did assert that it's trivially copyable. That's right, we don't have traits. Traits make all of this super easy, but we don't have traits. Then again, if I did something like the way standard hash works, that would be a better way to do this. But I'm already in the midst of one refactor. So let me throw that on the list of tasks. I actually did that. I audited the ceiling format. We're gonna throw that in done. I'm gonna throw on here refactor serialize Refactor serializer. I'm gonna throw it into here. Make it so we can have local definitions. I don't know how to spell definitions. Definitions for relation functions. Like that might be called a visitor pattern. Not quite sure. We'll just throw that on there. At least with Python, you don't need to actually remember their random keywords. You can, in a lot of cases, get away with traditional grammar. Same thing with JavaScript, but then again, they're like super inconsistent. UUID dot beta dot buffer. I love unions when they work like that. One in, because num is present in the num2 word. Fun. So that's like your generic search in string or search in the thing. Like a search alias. See, I think that fixes... Oh, nope. You need to do the vector. It's that easy. I can't answer that. I can't answer why that is a keyword. Input. So I think you might actually be able to do that. Since there isn't any fancy movement. Can it be a function? That's the way that I would lean. But some people care about coding languages looking pretty. Which, in my opinion, what a language looks like, as long as it's readable, once you get past the threshold of I can understand this as a language instead of runes, then like it's fine. In fact, like the amount of people I see complain about Rust being too verbose, it's like, I like Rust because it's verbose. There's nothing implicit. I can look at it and I can go, I know exactly what this code is doing because I can see what the code is doing. And it's very explicit. And that's an intentional decision by the language, which is incredibly based. But there is the there's the non-utilitarians who think things should look pretty on occasion. And don't get me wrong, when I'm not coding on other stuff, I can make stuff look pretty. But the things that, like, it actually matters if they look pretty. Coding languages don't need to look a certain way at all, aside from correctly describing information. Excuse me. What was I gonna do next? Right. Back to this. All of these should be fine. No, that's editor asset. Nope. Editor assets are completely nuked right now. I want to do engine assets. Check those out. But it gets worse. No. Tends to be readability, making parts of the code look closer to sensitive. But the thing is, the better you get at coding, like when I started out coding, they may have been helpful for the first 6 months that I was coding. After that point, they make it harder for me to read stuff because I have to go, what is this keyword? Does it function like a function? What effect does this actually have? Like, what is this random word that doesn't follow any of the other rules of the language? It is a special case, especially for this. It decreases readability, in my opinion. You can get an idea of what BraneScript is going to look like. It is going to be so... Okay, I'm going to try to make it have the ability to quickly prototype things. Like, that's very important for game dev. However, it is going to lean on the verbose side. And floating point literals always construct doubles. That's pretty standard, though. Though usually you have a way to say construct a float instead. Yeah, it's not the most reasonable excuse given how much of code can't really be fit into nice sentences. And there's stuff like in Python, they have I can't remember what they're called, but there's a thing where you can put in square brackets like a huge for each expression with a lot of like human readable syntax. And like they look cool, but they're very much not readable because you have no idea how that custom expression works. And yes, I am chugging a monster at 7 p.m. I don't have any commitments tomorrow until around 7. If I do val number float 3.14, it errors because 3.14 is a float, not a double. I mean, do they have automatic casting? If they don't have automatic casting, then it's kind of, isn't it the standard for languages to have unmarked float, no automatic casting? Okay, so that's actually reasonable to me. For compile time constants to be by default the larger option. Like that's the case in C++. Like if you just define a number with a decimal, that is a double. If you throw an F on the end of that number, then it becomes a float. They have casting in other places? Inconsistency. Yippee! Okay, which one is this material asset? Let's do mesh asset. I do for the entire project? Oh, that's debug. I mean, that's what you'd have to do in other languages too. It's not too crazy. Yeah, that's a good point. I don't have any exact things. All right, well, we've been streaming for 4 hours and 30 minutes. I'm gonna take a break, eat something, and then I'm probably gonna code a little bit off stream for a bit. And then we'll come back tomorrow, and I might have the asset stuff done. I know, I'm gonna keep the interesting stuff for off stream. Ruby, Python, Rust, C++, Pascal, Perl. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, in Rust, if you do a constant, then you do have to define it explicitly as a float. But yeah, anyway, yeah. I'm gonna end the stream, go grab dinner before the hordes consume it. And then I will see you probably, maybe tomorrow. I might take tomorrow off. I'm not sure at this point. But yeah, I will see you guys around. For those of you who watched, thank you. It is much appreciated.